To show more masterpieces this is now. No, I'm not done
Yeah.
yet.
Okay, good morning, DLs. Good to see those that are online. Yuvia, Giselle, Savannah, and Lacey. Good to see you. Starting a little late. The guys were. I allowed the class this year to brighten up the spirits a little bit. I allowed them to decorate their own tables. So, unfortunately, since you're not here with us, you don't get that privilege. But anyway, they were just wrapping that up real quick. So now we're ready to get going. So let's have a word of prayer, and we'll get started. Lord, we thank you for everything. Thank you for uh, bringing us through, keeping us safe. Um, Continue to be with those that are under the weather, have the virus, have just colds or whatever's going on right now. Just help them, keep them safe, give them the strength that they need um, to endure through this day. Help all the students to manage their time. I know a lot of things are going on today for them, and stress levels up a little bit, but give them comfort um, in being able to get things done that they need to. Thank you for today and everybody in thy precious name. Amen. Okay, there's going to be one quick announcement before we get into this. There's going to be a note coming out hopefully tomorrow regarding your Christmas party. Okay. Obviously, with COVID, we got to do things a little differently than what we've been, used to in the past. Um, so next Friday, obviously the 18th is our last day before break, and so next Friday, the 18th, is a half day. Okay. So that day we will have Bible class. We'll probably do just a verse quiz. And then the rest of the morning will be party oriented type day. But here's what we're going to do. Unless things change, and things are always subject to change. But what we're going to do is we're just going to have one big huge pizza party, 7th through 12th. But it's going to be individualized, okay? We're just trying to make it easier for money coming in and getting things, ordering, and so forth. So we're going to do Little Caesars pizza and sodas, and I think that we're going to do like the little ice cream desserts or ice cream bars or something that are individually wrapped and COVID safe type things. So that's the main thing. And as far as how much everybody's to bring in, I'm not quite sure on that. We're trying to keep it as low as possible. And also the gift exchange. So let's stay with the food. So that's the bulk of it. That's the main course type stuff. And we'll get that. We'll provide all that. You're just paying some money to eat it. But we'll get it done. If you want to bring something else in, like cookies or whatever, on the side, they need to be store-bought, not homemade. So you're probably welcome to do that. Keep in mind that it'll be for 9th and 10th grade that you bring it for. Okay? So we just got to keep things separate still. Now, the gift exchange. Again, we're we're putting it into classes. So 9th and 10th is going to have their gift exchange, 11th and 12th, 7th and 8th this year. Okay? So, yeah. So, we can kind of talk about what to do as we go, Ricky. We can kind of talk about what we want, how you want to do that. Whether you want to just do it like we've been doing before, you pick a name and that's who you buy for, or let's talk about it. The price limit is going to be on the note, but I think it's going to be right around $10. Those that are DL, we would love to have you come back and join us that day. I understand if you can't. I understand if you would prefer not to. But we would love to have you join us and, finish the 2020 year out on a little bit of a positive note for all of us and you too. But I think that note's coming out tomorrow. So I think right now that's probably all that I need to say on that. Okay, so if you have any questions, we'll try and give you more information if we can as we go. Okay? So, we are talking about the wife's or the mother's responsibility. Okay? And let me put that up on the screen for everybody. I'm not sure what page are we on? We're on page 80. We only covered one page yesterday. Okay, we're on page 83 of your books.
Vicky, if I get you for the Christmas thing exchange, I'm getting you a calendar, right? Let me be a dad.
Okay, talk about the gift exchange later. Okay. Ephesians 5:22 and 24 says, "Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything." Now, that word submit doesn't mean being their slave, okay? A lot of people get that perspective, boys. A lot of people get that perspective out of they're not thinking clearly. I can't put it into words. Submit just means to be under authority. That's all it is. And submit to their own husbands just means that they are submitting to God's order of authority. That's all it is. In a marriage, the man and the wife are joined together. They share the responsibilities of the family. There are different duties. There are different perspectives of father, mother. But when it comes to the family, they share that. But God has still put it all into perspective, into an order of command. And so submit just means knowing who's to be the head of the house, who's to be the head of the family based upon God's order of authority. So what is the wife's first responsibility to her husband? Submission. Okay? A husband, as we found out yesterday, is to love their wives. Okay? Because a husband would do everything that they should and could do for their wife. The love from a wife comes in this respect, the submission part. Submitting to him because you love. Okay? So, how is she to do this? As the church did to Christ. The church submitted or submits to Christ because it's under that chain of command, chain of authority. And so the wife is now doing this as the church, as the example that Christ set up. So the wife is doing it for the husband. And just looking over some of the comments, the chat comments, not to get off track here. But once again, the Christmas party is next Friday, the 18th. And Giselle, yeah, you can I guess you can just pop in. If you can come for the morning, that'd be great, and just enjoy each other's company. But you can come, I guess, whenever I can't force you to come at a certain time, so whatever you want to do. So again, that's next Friday, the 18th. Okay. Okay. So that's basically the responsibility of the wife. Okay? Your responsibility. There's about 24 categories under this one. No. Okay. We go back to these verses, these very familiar verses here. Ephesians 6:1-2 says, "Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and thy mother, which is the first commandment with promise." Let's see who's texting me. Okay. Can you get what? Okay. So, lays it out right there. So here's the question. What are the first two responsibilities of children in the home? Isaac, what's one of them? What's one of the responsibilities of the children in the home?
Obey their mother and father.
Okay. Obey the parents.
I'll say like
And Ricky, what's the other one?
so like just
Based upon the verses.
based on the verses, like to like listen to them, but like to honor them too.
Oh, there you go.
When you're doing stuff, to like glorify them too.
Good. Honor them. And you honor them by how you act. What you do brings honor to what you've been taught by your parents. Okay? 2 Timothy 3:1-2 says, "This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come." You ever wonder, have you ever been kind of concerned? Not necessarily concerned, but are we getting closer? Yes, we are getting closer because time runs out. But are we getting closer to the end times?
Yeah. Like every second.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, and when you think about it, and you think about everything that's going on, when I was a teenager and thinking about perilous times, back then, things weren't that bad. Okay? Public schools weren't as bad as they are now in the way they teach and what, the way the world wants things to be done. And I'm not trying to knock the public schools, but just today's society, okay? Things weren't as open as they are now, and people were not as willing to do things in public as they are now, and say things and just live the lives that they're living. It just wasn't that bad. And so it was hard for us to say, how bad can it get? Well, that was how many years ago for me? I'm 62, so you take 62, so you take 15 away from that, you got what, 47 years? Okay. So 47 years ago, if you just take 15, I mean, 40 years, yeah, things have changed so much. Huh? So, you guys, I don't know how you do it. I honestly don't know how you do it in today's society at your age. Okay? Because the temptations, the distractions of the world are so strong for you that it makes it really tough. Now, 47 years ago, age 15 for me, things weren't that bad. Okay? You had your evil and good, if we can put it that way. Okay?
Wait, you were 11 when they landed on the moon.
Okay?
That's crazy. You have seen a lot.
You were 11?
Yeah, they left my baby shoe up there. Okay? Okay. Thanks for that sidetrack, man. Lose my train of thought.
Something about today's culture being like garbage.
Huh? What?
Something about like today's culture being garbage, something like that. Post-ending,
Oh, I don't know where I was going. Thank you, Doug. Thanks, Douglas.
It was going on how horrible our generation is, pretty much.
Okay. So, look at it this way. Hey, look at it this way. Austin. Leland. Lena.
Sorry.
47 years ago, things didn't look that bad for us. Okay? Now, things to us look really bad now. I don't know how you view things as a teenager, but as an adult that has gone through all these things for 47 years or so odd years, has seen the progression, has seen the deterioration of different things, okay? And you just sit back and you have to wonder, how much more is God going to allow to happen? You just don't know. And you look at the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, were destroyed because of what? Because of their sin, their wickedness. Okay? And looking back on history, no nation has survived properly survived without what? God. And for 200 years or so, 200 years plus, our nation was based upon the principles of God's Word. And even though we had Christian and world scenarios for all these years, things weren't so bad. But now, the bad wants to take over the good. So how much more is God going to allow before everything becomes Sodom and Gomorrah? Who knows? I hope you guys have a fulfilling life. At age 15, 47 years, at them be my age, and be able to look back on things and say, I had a good life as a Christian. Okay? Last days, perilous times shall come. That's a promise. That's a fact. Yes. For men shall be lovers of their own selves. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy. So how will teenagers treat their parents before Christ returns?
Hopefully good.
Nope.
If you were to make
They're going to disobey.
oh,
Okay?
I'm not gonna
Shh.
do
Hey. Notes up on the board. The note is on the board. As perilous, Ricky, Adrian, as perilous times keep coming, as things change in the world as we know it, this is what's going to happen. Teenagers are going to disobey their parents. So what is a wise teen to do? Shh. Look at this. Proverbs 4:1, and this will be our last thing today. Hear ye children the instruction of a father, and attend to no understanding. What is a wise teen to do?
understand.
Hear instruction and give attention to it. There's more to this, but we're running out of time. So we'll pick this up tomorrow at this point. But if you're hearing the instruction, then apply it to your life. Don't let the perilous times come for you. Or don't let them be a perilous time for you. Okay? We got to live in the world. There's no doubt about that. We got to live in the world, but we can't live of the world. We got to live for Christ. And obeying our parents is that responsibility for you. Okay? Okay, that's where we'll leave it off today. So DLs, again, we'll get you information about the party and everything tomorrow. Hopefully you'll get it out tomorrow to you. But we'll keep you informed as the best we can. Keep asking and contacting us about things too. So that's going to conclude today. Pick this up tomorrow for another December moment. Have a good day.
All right. Everyone, go ahead and take out your vocabulary. For those of you on distant learning, I should have probably turned this on earlier when I was making the announcement. But I moved our vocab test or vocab quiz to tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow, so for those of you on distant learning, either if you guys are going to come in, please write if you're distant learning until Christmas break, or please just write if you're distant learning because you're sick. And then those of you who are coming in this week or next week can take it next week. But I know Jeremiah, obviously Yuvia, Savannah, and Lacey. But if there's anybody else who's distant learning until the end of Christmas break, then please type your email so that I can send it to you tomorrow. Okay? Awesome. Everyone, take out your vocab. I know Amethyst is out sick today. Some other people. Jeremiah's distant learning. Awesome. Okay. All right. List number 4. Okay. Look at 4A, page 33. Okay. Page 33. Rules number 2 and 4. I kind of went over that on the board on the first day I signed it, but everyone also turn to look at your rule on page number 4. Okay. Your rule on page number 4. Rule number 2 says double the final consonant before a suffix beginning with a vowel if the word only has one syllable or is accented on the last syllable. Okay, so that's the first part of the rule. Okay, so look at your suffixes. Okay, if your suffix begins with a vowel, this would be ing, ed. We learned about some suffixes in the participles, en. Okay, if your suffix is beginning with a vowel, then you would double the final consonant in a word. Okay, so for example, look at your examples. Plan. Okay, plan is one syllable. I'm adding an ed on the end, so I would double the n in planned. Okay, that's what it means when you double the final consonant before a suffix beginning with a vowel if the word has one syllable. Okay, another time I would double the final consonant in a word is if my word, the second part of the word is accented. Okay, so look at your examples. Begin. Okay, gin is accented in that word. I wouldn't say begin. Okay, or refer, I would say begin, refer. Commit. Okay, the second syllable is accented, therefore I would double my final consonant. So it would be 2 N's in beginning, 2 R's in referring, 2 T's in committed. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. The only time I would not double the final consonant is if the first part of my word is accented. So in this case, marvel. Okay. I wouldn't say marvel. Vel is not accented. Mar is accented. I would only keep 1 L. Okay, same thing with counsel. I don't say counsel. Okay, cown is accented. Therefore, I would only do 1 final consonant. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's your rule in your words. So if you look at your words on page number 33, okay, compelling. Okay, compel. Okay, pel is accented in compelling. Okay. So I would double the L. Okay? Same thing with conferred. I would double the R. Okay? But notice at number 3, counsel, I don't double the L because the first syllable is accented. Okay? So that's your rule. All right? Now look at number 4, your rule number 4. Okay? Rule number 4 says in adding a suffix to a word ending in silent E, rule number 4 is saying you need to keep the E or remove the E. Okay, so in the end, if the suffix is ending in a silent E, or if the word ends in a silent E, you need to keep the E if the suffix begins with a consonant. So T, okay, or whatever. The suffix begins with a consonant, okay? But you need to drop the E if the suffix begins with a vowel. So obviously, if it's an ing, you don't keep the E on the end, okay? Look at number 8. Okay, gauging, all right? would drop the final E in that, okay? But look at number 7, okay? That's gagging, because notice how the final G is doubled, okay? Number 9 is hoped, okay? Hope is my root word. Obviously, the E is silent. I'm adding a suffix that begins with a consonant. I would keep the E, okay? And then the number 10, hopped. My root word is hop. There's no final or silent E at the end of hop. So that's rule number 2, okay? If I'm adding a suffix that begins with a consonant and it's a one syllable, I need to double the final consonant, okay? So that's list 4A. So make sure you study your words, okay? If you don't get these words, then just memorize how you spell the word, okay? So that's list 4A, okay? I'm going to read through the vocab words, and then you need to read the definitions for me, all right? Go to page number 34, okay? Number 1, choleric. What does that mean? Easily provoked to anger. Number 2, convalescent. Good. Gradually recovering health following sickness or injury. Number 3, cordial. Warm and hearty, sincere, deeply felt. Okay. Number 4, corporeal. Of the nature of the body as opposed to the spirit. Number 5, emphatic. Good. Hysterical. Okay, when you think of hysterical, just think of like a girl that's just crying, okay? So that's hysterical. Number 7, impudent. Good. Disrespectful, insolent, mouthy. If you talk back to your parents, you are impudent. Okay, number 8, lucid. Good. Clear, shiny, bright, easily understood, mentally sane, logical. The word that you could probably put together with this is clear, okay? So if something's clear, you get it. Mentally sane or logical, it's clear, it's not cloudy. That's lucid, okay? Number 9, malevolent. Okay, you can think of Maleficent. Okay, she was malevolent. She was wishing evil, obviously, on Sleeping Beauty, but malevolent is wishing evil or harm towards others. Okay, sardonic, number 10. Okay, that side of the class, sardonic. Oh boy. Okay, scornful mockery. Make sure you guys are following along with us, okay? Number 11, sordid. Okay, foul, disgusting, wretched, immoral, or base. Okay, and the last one, turbulent. Okay, violently disturbed or agitated. Okay, so go ahead and study those. For extra practice, I will give you bonus points if you do exercise A. Okay, exercise A on page 36. I will give you bonus points if you do that. Okay, so you can show that to me tomorrow. Tonight, I want you guys to practice your words. So do list 4A twice and then turn that into me tomorrow. Okay? Well, then you should have turned that in. Good. Okay, well then do the vocab tonight then. Okay? Sorry? Yes, but give me 1 second. I'm looking at our grade books. Some of us didn't turn in our homework, so I have missing next to your name, but if it's not turned into me by today, it'll be a 0, okay? So if you think you're missing your homework, come up and ask, but I did get a lot of yours, so good. But if you're missing your homework, please turn that in, okay? All right, go ahead and turn in our grammar books to verbs and verbals, not verbs and verbals. The next page after that, page number 87, okay? Page number 87. Let's go over exercise D. Okay, page number 87, exercise D, okay? In this one, you should have underlined your verb twice, your actual verb, okay? And then circle each verbal, okay? So obviously it's up on the board, but Go ahead and shout out to me what verbal is used as an adjective, class. A participle. Okay, what is a verbal that can be used as a noun? Okay, obviously infinitives can be used as nouns, but they're only used as nouns as a gerund. And then infinitives can be used as nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. Okay, but who can tell me what I'm looking for with an infinitive? Good, the words to plus a verb, okay? So to run, to walk, to drink, all that other stuff, okay? That is an infinitive within the sentence, okay? Let's look at number 1. In the 2nd century BC, the Romans began invading Gaul. Okay, Doug, what's my actual verb? What did you underline? Huh? Page 87, you guys, come on. Exercise D for homework. Did you do your homework? Okay. All right, well, I'm going to go around and check who did homework, thanks to Doug. So go ahead and do page number, or look through 88, okay? Read through page number 88. Read through page number 88. These are different kinds of verbs, present, past, or participles. Okay, this was when you are or you did, the time of the verb that you did. Okay, so just read through those rules. I'm going to come around and check. Good. Backwards check mark. Good. Okay. Okay. Okay, do that tonight and show me tomorrow. Okay, go ahead and finish it. Good, thank you. Let me grab a... Good. Okay. Do you have your homework? Good, Ricky. Okay, today we're going to check 1 through 5. Okay, then we'll finish the rest of the exercise, but I don't want to give free answers out to those who didn't do their homework. Yes? Oh. Just prejudice against the Pinas, apparently. All right, okay, let's check 1 through 5, and then we got to move on. Okay, number 1, what's my verb? Okay. Okay, begin. So are there any other words that look like verbs, but they are not my actual verb, class? Invading, good, okay. Number 2, Irenaeus, an early Christian bishop in Gaul, opposed the growing Gnostic heresy. Okay, what's my actual verb? Opposed, okay. Irenaeus opposed, that's the verb showing action. Okay, what would I circle as a verbal? Growing, okay. That's a word that's ending in ing. Okay, in this case, this is a participle. It's saying which heresy, the growing heresy, okay. Number 3, Normandy, situated in northwestern France, is populated by the descendants of ancient Viking invaders. What is my actual verb? Is populated, okay. Are there any words that I would circle as a verbal? Good, situated, okay. Situated, it ends in ed, okay. Number 4, during the 100 Years' War, the English kings tried to claim the French throne for themselves, okay? Now here, there is a word that ends in ing, but that's not an actual verbal, okay? So if you circled verbal, that's incorrect. During, that's incorrect. During in this sentence is a prepositional phrase. It's showing relation to when the kings tried to claim the French throne for themselves. So what's my actual verb? Tried. Okay, that was a little weak. The English kings tried. Okay, so the kings tried, that's my subject and my verb. Okay, what's my verbal? To claim. Okay, To claim is an infinitive. Notice how there's the word to plus a verb form, okay, which is claim. Okay, and then number 5, the Roman Church advised those seeking salvation to do good deeds. Now, actually, there are 2 verbals within this sentence, okay? Give me my verb, class. Advise, the church advised. So that's the subject and the actual verb. So are there any other verbs or words that look like verbs? Give me one. Seeking, good, that's the first one. What's the next one? To do, okay? To do, there's the word to plus a verb, okay? We'll check number 6 through 14, but everyone turn to page 88. We need to move on, okay? Page 88, using principal parts, okay? Verbs have 4 principal parts. We are at the very top, okay? The first one is present. The second one is present participle. The next one is past. And then the past participle, okay? The words in parentheses are just different forms of the present. So present infinitive or past indicative, okay? We'll explain those later, okay? But there are 4 principal parts: present, present participle, past, and past participle. So the present participle and the past participles are always used with helping verbs, okay? So if you guys don't know by now what a helping verb is, it's a word that appears with another verb, okay? It's a verb that appears with another verb to kind of emphasize that verb's action or that verb's meaning, okay? With the present participle, use such helping verbs as am, is, and are. With the past participle, you have to use have, has, or had. Okay, so obviously, present, you are doing something. I am something. Is the present. Okay, past, you have done this. You have done this, you had, or has done. It's like in the past. Okay, so number 1, all verbs may be classified as regular or irregular depending on the way the past and the past participles are formed. Okay. So there are 2 kinds of verbs. They're regular or irregular. A regular verb form, look at number 2, form the past and past participles by adding ed, d, or t to the present. So the present verb is burn. Okay, so making it past, burned or burnt. Okay, obviously I burnt something or I burned something. That's in the past. That's what you did. Okay, your present verb is move. Okay, making it past, you moved. Okay, if you mean something, making it past, this is what I meant. All right, adding a T. Those are regular verbs from the past and past participles by adding those suffixes. Okay, number 3, irregular verbs form the past and past participle in irregular ways. Any verb that does not form its past and participle by using ed, d, or t to the present is an irregular verb. So this is basically came, or the present word is come. Okay, you didn't comed. Okay, you came. All right, so that would be irregular. Okay, you drive, you didn't drived. Okay, you drove, or you driven, or you have driven. Okay, you didn't see, you didn't seed. Okay, you saw. So any word that doesn't, or a verb, when you're making it past that doesn't end with D, ED, or T, those are all irregular, okay? Number 4, both irregular and regular verb forms form the present participle by adding ing, okay? So this kind of makes sense. If you're doing something in the present, you're walking, okay? I'm talking right now, that's present, okay? You're breathing, that's present. Ing makes something present, okay? A present participle. Then, number 5, sometimes your spelling must change, or your spelling changes must be made before adding ing or ed. For example, verbs ending in silent E, we just kind of learned that rule today. You would drop the E for taping, hope, hoping. You would drop the E for take, taking. Okay, obviously there are exceptions to the rules. Okay, spelling changes for verbs ending in Y preceded by a consonant, change the Y to an I. Notice in supply, if you're making it past supplied, you would change the Y to an I. Okay, that's just kind of number 5. Okay, so let's do the exercise, all right? Write the principal parts of the following verbs. Use the helping verb am with the present participle. So in the first column underneath present participle, all of those words are going to begin with an am, okay? Use the helping verb have for the past participles to remind you that these have two principal parts and are always used with helping verbs, okay? So present participles, they're always used with am or a helping verb. Same thing with past participle, okay? So the present of comfort, obviously, is comfort. I need to add the word am for present participle. How do I make something present? Okay, look at your rule number 4. So how would I do number 1, comfort for present participle? Who knows? What is it? Am comforting, okay? Comforting would be correct, Adrian. But remember, we're adding the word am, okay? So am comforting, that is a present participle, okay? Number 2, what's the past of comfort? Who knows? Comforted, okay? Then the past participle, I would add the word have with my past verb already. So what would that be? Have what, class? Good. Have comforted, okay? With the past participles, you just need to put the past form of the verb plus the word have. Because with past participles, I'm always going to have a helper verb, okay? Does anybody have any questions on these? Yes. Okay, actually, can you hold it for like 10 minutes? Okay. Number 2, locate, okay? Present participle. Am what, class? Am locating. Good. What's my past form of locate? Located, okay? What is my past participle of locate? Have located, okay? Sophia, please sit up, okay? Number 3, choose, okay? What's my present participle? Am choosing. What's my past of choose? Chose, okay? This is kind of goes under number 5, okay? You didn't choose. You have to change the spelling. You chose, okay? That's the past, okay? Then you need to change the spelling again for chose for your past participle, okay? So you don't say have chose. What would I say? Have chosen. Good. Okay, number 4, study. What's my present participle of study? Am studying. What's my past form of study? Studied. Okay, remember I need to change the Y to an I. Good. And then what do I do with my past participle? Have studied. Okay, go ahead and do 5 through 9. Just remember, in the first present participle column, you need to put the word am with an ing on the end, okay? Avery, what do you have for number 5? Good, present participle. Jaden, what do you have for the past of travel? Traveled. Okay, notice how this word is spelled with only one L, okay? What's my past participle of traveled, Lena? Have traveled. Good. Number 6, infer. What's my present participle, Gabby? Am inferring. Douglas, what's my past? Inferred. And then Derek, what is my past participle? Have inferred. Good. Number 7, present participle of deal, Jesse. Number 7. Good. Am dealing. Number 7, Austin, this is where you kind of have to change the spelling, okay? What is the past of deal? Okay, I won't add an ED, but I do need to add something else, okay? ED, I'm not going to do, I don't dealed, okay? But I can dealt. That's number 7, okay? Dealt. Okay, that one's a little confusing, but you don't dealed, you dealt, okay? And then with that one, Austin, what would I do my past participle as? Good, have dealt. Okay, number 8. Adrian, what is my present participle of grip? Am gripping. Good. Isaac, my past of grip? Gripped. Good. And then my past participle, Ricky, of number 8, grip. Have gripped. Okay, let's look at gripe. Okay, number 9. Sophia, what is my present participle of gripe? What? Am griping. Okay, what is my past of gripe? Maya? Griped. Gripe is to complain. Okay. What is it? Griped. Past. Good. So what's my past participle of gripe, class? Have griped. Good. Okay, so obviously present, you are doing something that ends in an ing. Okay, and then past, you add the D, ed, or t to make it obviously something that you did in the past. Okay, regular forms of verbs, you add ed, d, or t at the end, but it's irregular if you have to change anything else besides ed, d, or t. Okay, so come, came, drive, drove, see, saw, all of those. Okay, and then both irregular and regular verbs form the present by adding an ing. Okay, so go ahead and just make sure you practice those. But tonight for homework, do principal parts number 2, so no grammar homework for tonight, okay? We just did the exercise on page 88, so we'll do principal parts 2 tomorrow, okay? So tonight, study for, what's it called? Vocab. Okay, and then quickly, we have a few minutes left. Go ahead and take out your literature. Okay, we're just going to go over that really quickly. Okay, turn to page number 100 and page 100, okay? Page 100. Okay, page number 100. So you should have read the practice of the presence of God. Did anybody get a theme from the practice of the presence of God? Does anybody get a theme? Ricky? Good, okay? That's almost exactly it. So obviously the practice of the presence of God, okay? This was talking about the action of actually going to God, okay? But when we go to God, like Ricky mentioned, we go to God in prayer, okay? And then it just goes on to say the things that happen when we go to God, okay? So if you guys look in the lines number, or in the second paragraph, he said, he told me that all consists in one hearty renunciation of everything which we are sensible does not lead to God. It's a continuational or continual conversation, okay? That's going to God, okay? Later on, we see that he requires us giving thanks to him, offering praise to him, and then giving thanks when we have done all those things that he's asked us to, okay? In going to God, we have conversations with him. We are also employed in praising, adoring, and loving him. Okay, all of these actions of going to God produce the things that are listed within this word. Okay, God never failed offering us his grace. Okay, God always gave us light in our doubt. Okay, it also says we need to put our whole trust in God and make a total surrender of ourselves to him. Okay, that we ought not to be weary of doing the little things for God. Okay, so this is kind of encouraging us. When we go to God, things happen in our lives. And the theme of this, basically, is our fellowship is what God desires the most. Okay, you can write this at the top of the page, okay, in your notes. But the theme is, I need to turn on the TV. Our fellowship is what God desires the most. Okay, that's the theme for the practice of the presence of God. Yes, we need to pray with him. Yes, we need to seek God, but in doing so, that brings our fellowship closer to God. And our fellowship is what God desires the most, okay? It also says everything God sends to us draws us closer to him, So he sends us trials. We won't lose salvation. We actually draw closer to him. Trials make us humble because we need God in those trials. Okay, and God just wants our fellowship. Our fellowship is what God desires the most. Okay, go ahead and write this down. Write it in your book. Okay, go ahead and turn the page. 3 words of strength. Okay, who can tell me what the 3 words of strength are? It says right there in your work. Good. Faith, hope, and love. Those are the 3 words of strength. 3 Words of Strength was written by Johann Christoph Friedrich von Schiller. He's considered the greatest of all German dramatists. He wrote poetry, short stories, criticism, and philosophical and historical works. Schiller originally studied medicine at a military academy, and he served as an army surgeon, but he left all those duties to write. Okay, he wrote plays, most of which are political and historical. Then he later became a professor of history at the University of Jena. I have no idea where that is, but he became a professor, okay? Then he established himself as a master of dramatic construction and character portrayal. He inspired his countrymen to fight for liberty in the early 1800s. His work is characterized by idealism, and his favorite theme is freedom. That's just some facts about Friedrich von Schiller. So he wrote the 3 Words of Strength. He says there are 3 lessons I would write. 3 words as being, as with a burning pen, in tracings of eternal light upon the hearts of men. Okay? So he says 3 words of strength. Okay? Have hope, though the clouds environ round, and gladness hides her face in scorn. Put thou the shadow from thy brow. No night but hath it morn, or its morn, okay? Why do you think in your own words hope would be a symbol of strength, okay? What does hope mean to you? Does anybody have any questions or any answers? What does hope mean to you, Sophia? Okay, something that we cling to. All right, does anybody have any other definition that why hope would be a symbol of strength to them? What does hope mean to you? No one? No one has hope, Maya? Good, like the belief in something that will get better. In this case, we find hope because it's strength in the new day. We see the clouds, they gather round. That's kind of like a symbol of personification, like clouds actually environing or gathering around. Gladness hides her face in the scorn. Okay, gladness is hiding her face, so that's personification. Put thou the shadow from thy brow. No night but hath its morn. Obviously, in the night, okay, that's kind of a symbol of trials, but obviously night turns to day. So hope, we have strength in the new day, okay? We have strength in faith. What says, where'er thy bark is driven, the calm's disport. That is kind of saying, the calm has an amusement, then the tempest mirth. The calm, we have calm in our lives. Tempest, we have trials. But we have faith. Know this, God rules the hosts of the heaven and the inhabitants of the earth. So we have strength in knowing that God is in control. Okay? And love is, we can have strength in love because not love alone for one, but man is man, thy brother call, and scatter like the circling sun, thy charities of all. This is basically saying that we have strength in unity, okay? So the theme of this work is the importance of faith, hope, and charity, or love, in the Christian walk, okay? Hope, we have strength in a new day. Faith, we have strength in knowing that God is in control. And love, we have strength in unity. And then the last paragraph he says, thus grave these lessons on thy soul, hope, faith, and love, and thou shalt find strength when life's surges rudest roll, light when thou else wert blind. So all of these give us hope, okay? So that is all the time that we have for today. We'll go over Excelsior, but your homework is to begin reading The Great Stone Face on page 105, okay? Begin reading The Great Stone Face on page 105. Okay? And we have our vocab quiz tomorrow. We'll have a reading quiz over the Great Stone Face on Monday, okay? So we'll have a discussion over that on Thursday. We'll discuss Excelsior tomorrow, but we'll have that on Monday, okay? Yes. Give me 1 second. No, the only thing you're missing, yeah, you can come in.
Okay, welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you throw your name in the chat. We are going to begin a new chapter. If you would like the notes, let me know. You need to message me so I can send those to you. Huh? I'll remember. I'll get them done. They'll be done today, right there, when you guys get to school tomorrow. Okay, but we're going to start a new chapter, chapter 11. So if you want to pull out your books, highlight, underline, number, or if you would like the notes, let me know. I can send those to you during this class period. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Only a little less than 2 weeks of school. You know, next Friday we're probably not going to have class. It's a half day. We might be having like some kind of Christmas party, maybe not the same that you guys are used to, but some kind of Christmas party. I don't know if I'll be in here, but...
Oh, yeah, no class on this Friday.
Huh? No, because I think we're staying with our homeroom. Shh. Why are we talking so much? Shh. Okay. So we'll probably be doing that. I think more details will come later about that Christmas party. So just let me know. Savannah, can you send me the notes? Yes. Give me 1 second as I send Savannah the notes. Shh, gentlemen. Quiet.
So what are you doing for Christmas?
What am I doing for Christmas? I'm going to Michigan. Adrian, be quiet. You get right back into the room and you just talk. Why is that so? Don't whisper. That's still talking. I can still hear you. You're not quiet. Trismet. Why do people have weird emails? Trismet. Trismet 2005 gmail.com. All right, sent.
He probably just blocked it. Like, launched the ball. Okay, now that we have more space, we can play rock, paper, scissors.
All right, here we go. Chapter 11. Ladies, Douglas, Derek, this is all your warning. If I hear you again, were you not talking? No, he was. He still talked. Did you talk or yes or no? Not at all. No, you talked before, right before. That's the only reason I said your name. I wasn't going to, but then you said something to Doug, so then I did. Adrian, be quiet. That is your warning. Next time you talk, you will receive demerits and you will be moved again. Shh. Well, be quiet. Rick, same thing. Put everything away but your history. Turn around. There you go. No, you need to pay attention for history. It's not distant learning anymore, man. It's in person. I mean, how would you know what to write? That means you'd have to use your phone. I will try to help you with what you guys need to write. How about that? Let me pull it up. Well, good thing I'm allowed to be on my phone. All right, here we go. Chapter 11. Thank you guys for saying you're here. Okay, we're going to start these notes. Let me get them up here. Chapter 11. Shay. There you go. Yeah, try to remember that, or else I'll make you remember it. Okay, here we go.
That sounds like a threat.
Demerit wise, it is.
That sounds like a threat. I'm calling you. I was about to say secret.
All right, here we go. Shh. Okay, we're starting a new unit. Okay, talking about these middle ages. Okay, we're starting with the dark ages. These dark ages. Oh my goodness. Hey, little Foursquare group over here. When are we going to be quiet? Can I talk now? Can I have permission to talk? Shh. Seriously, quiet. I'm trying to be kind to you guys. What's up? 117. Would that be like, would that make your Christmas season? Okay, shh. No more. No more. Okay, let's finish these notes and be done for today. There's not too much we're doing, but we do have to get through some stuff. Okay, note number 1, the first Christian church was established in Jerusalem, but its prominence ended after the Romans destroyed the city in AD 70. You need to know. Established in Jerusalem. Just Jerusalem is the word you need to know. Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the term you need to know.
Can you tell us that for everyone?
Yes, I'm going to. Yes. Okay, early Christians worshipped Christ, as we see this in medieval Christianity, in the simple meetings where they read Scripture, sang hymns, celebrated the Lord's Supper, and gave tithes and offerings to God. A lot of the same things we do today. Rick, put the protractor away and turn around. There you go. Think about history, man. At home, I know you can be distracted and do a lot of different things. Now we just have to focus on one thing. There you go. Okay, the church began to change. Okay, during this time in medieval times, okay, it changed from the simple. Remember how we talked about church was simple, how it was basic. Okay, it was, hey, a group of people coming together to worship God. Okay, we're going to see the idea of church and different things change in this time. Okay, the church began to change, however, after Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity and extended legal protection to Christians in 1313 AD. People began to join the church for political expediency and for social reasons. When Emperor Theodosius made Christianity the only legal faith in the Roman Empire in 395 AD, thousands more converted to Christianity. Soon, many churches were filled with people who professed to be Christians, but were still pagans at heart. Okay, there's a term in the Bible that we know that people like this, right? They profess to be Christians, but really they were completely not. What is the term in the Bible that we know as this?
No.
It's not the Antichrist. Okay, almost. That's one term you could use.
Hypocrites.
There it is. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Don't hate the world. Okay, don't hate the world. It is, as Austin, but also Gabby said, it is a hypocrite. Shh. Adrian. No more. Okay, is a hypocrite. Someone that says, hey, I'm a Christian, right? In the Bible, we have someone that would go to the corners, okay, of the streets, and they would pray out loud saying, oh, God, bless me. Help these people. I do all these things for you. Okay, they took, whatever you guys are doing, stop. Stop giggling. It's so suspicious. It just makes me like, what are they? No, you guys laughing. It just makes me think you're like doing something. Isaac and Adrian, I've given you multiple chances. I gave you multiple opportunities. Go. But I didn't have to move them yesterday. So I gave them their warning. And I gave you grace. But then you kept on talking like 4 times. What are you talking about? All right, this is the last one. That was the last one then. I'm not just going to make you move next time. I'm going to give you demerits too. So no more talking. It's not hard. Maybe for you it is, but it's not. Okay, so we see this time of simple church go to complicated, and this time of people being fakes. None of it was real, which is going to bring us to this time of dark ages. That's what it actually means. We'll get to it in a second. Okay, we're going to see the rise of Rome and the Church of Rome. The first Christian church was established, as we mentioned, in Jerusalem. Okay, as the apostles and others spread the gospel to other cities, other churches were planted throughout the Roman Empire. The first Christians naturally respected the German church, or Jerusalem church, and looked to it for guidance. However, the early churches were independent and self-governing. Now one church gave orders to the other. Okay, the term is, I just lost my train of thought. The term is autonomous. Okay, we believe that the church is supposed to be like independent itself. Okay, not like one person rules all these different churches. You guys understand what that means? Okay, the church is supposed to rule and be led, obviously by God, but through one man. Okay, not as the Catholic Church is, one man ruling a whole religion and a whole status of a church. Okay, the prominence of the Church of Jerusalem ended after the Romans destroyed the city in AD 70. Although there are many local churches, the Bible teaches that the church is actually one great body of believers. The term used in the Bible is, does anyone know, for a great one body of believers? It is, starts with the letter A. No. It is called the assembly. The assembly. Okay, that is the body of the church, the assembly. Shh. Okay, but that brings us to this term, okay, Catholic. Okay, you guys need to know Catholic. Catholic means, you also need to know this, Catholic is universal. It means universal. So just put Catholic and universal. And another word I'll say in a second, Catholic and universal. Or, Catholic also means one. Douglas and Gabby, that is your warning. Next time you talk, you will be moved and receive demerits as well. Okay, it means one, or was used to describe the invisible church of all believers. Again, saying, hey, all these churches, okay, they were all just one. They were one church, one body of believers, okay, under one man, which name was the Pope, and we're going to talk about that. Yes, Isaac, Pope. You know, he had that distant learner lag still. Just kidding. The idea of an invisible Catholic Church was gradually replaced with the idea of a visible Catholic. Okay, you need to know also the term visible at the end. Visible. Okay, this is going to bring us to the time, well, before the end of the 2nd century, the Church of Rome. The Church of Rome, you need to know that. Church of Rome. It became the prominent church after many churches of its location. Rome was the most important city in the empire at this time. Okay, know the term. Rome was the most important city. Most important city. You done back there? You done? All right, be done. It'd be a good thing to be done. Okay, so we see this time of the Church of Rome. So no, Church of Rome and the most important city. Okay, even the Apostle Paul thought highly of the Roman church, as his letter to the Romans indicated, right? We see in the Bible, the book of Romans, okay, which is a letter from the Apostle Paul to the Roman church. But there is no record that Paul ever suggested that the Church of Rome is supreme. Okay, we never hear that in the Bible. Okay, or as the great Irenaeus, that's going to be our next note, Irenaeus declared. Okay, they were declaring, these people of the Roman church started to declare, okay, hey, we are the supreme church. We are the one and only church. Okay, we never see that in the Bible. Yes, Paul writes to the Romans saying, hey, we need to be better at this. We need to be this and this. Okay, so we see the next note is Irenaeus or Irenaeus. Okay, you need to know that name. Okay, also know, sorry, I'm trying to look. Irenaeus, church leader who declared around 175 that every church must agree. Okay, put must agree with the Roman church. You need to know that as well. Must agree with the Roman church, or Church of Rome. I don't do fantasy basketball as of right now. It was an ESPN update though, yes. Okay, I am doing one with some of my friends, but not yet. Okay, we also have, he also claimed that the Roman church, okay, he also claimed that the Roman church had been founded by Peter and Paul. No Peter and Paul. No Peter and Paul. But the Bible does not say that Peter ever visited Rome during this time. The Bible doesn't tell us that. So again, this idea of this supreme church of Rome, this Catholic church in Rome, okay, is false. The Bible does not back it up. Peter and Paul. Yes, sir. Nevertheless, the ideas of Irenaeus and others like him prevail. Okay, so even though they aren't true, people believe them. Okay, the Church of Rome became the capital of the developing Catholic Church. Okay, so we're going to see a few things with this. Okay, we're going to see some organizations in this New Testament church organization. Some terms we need to know. So number 5, the New Testament standards of church organization. Okay, some positions in this. Obviously there's more and they have different names today. Okay, but these were the original terms. Okay, we have deacons, which is the Greek word for servant. Okay, just like we have deacons in a lot of churches today. They're not the pastors, but they're usually chosen men that have been faithful to the church. Okay, they're considered ordained by members, and the pastor maybe have some wisdom. Okay, so usually it's a group of guys. Okay, depending on the size of the church, maybe it's a bigger or smaller group of men. Okay, that they meet together. So again, so not one man or the pastor, he's the one not ruling the church. Okay, it's supposed to be a place of God. Okay, God rules the church. Okay, so to create consistency, you have this role of the deacon. They're servants. Okay, they serve in the church, but they also are the ones that kind of like help the church grow. Say, hey, this is what we can maybe add to the church. This is how we can do some things better. Okay, and then the pastor, or as we see, the bishop, okay, which is the Greek word for the overseer or superintendent, he is the one that says, okay, we meet with this man. I'm going to pray about it. Okay, and then he's the one that goes and obviously asks God and prays about it a lot. Okay, but he's the one that finally decides, hey, this is what we're going to do for the church. This is what I believe God wants me to do. Why are you saying wow? I'm not a deacon, no. But I'm not a deacon. For this one, sorry, just know the two terms, deacons and bishops. Deacons and bishops, that's it. Some churches had more than just one bishop, and many used elders and bishop for the same office. Again, like I said, there was other terms used like elder. Okay, it was kind of the same thing as like a bishop. Okay, overseer, a shepherd, or superintendent, or a present-day term, pastor. Okay, bishop was basically a present-day pastor. Deacons were maybe assistant pastors, or just men that helped and served in the church. Okay, so like Mr. S would be considered like a deacon. Okay, someone that meets with pastors, someone that helps counsel and talk to pastor, but also someone that helps the church, helps the school. Okay, yes, sir. Not on the top of my head. After Christmas break. There you go. You got to practice on your own, man. Yes, you can. You're lazy. You're too lazy to practice. You need me to push you. But you need to do it yourself. Yes, sir. Adrian. Like 2 months, 2.5 months. That's why you guys need to work. Certainly because we haven't been able to practice, you got to work on your own. Because guess what happens when you come back for Christmas break, certainly from all this time off? So like a month and a half and come back, we're going to be at square one. And all the other teams are not going to be at square one. So that's all I'm saying.
I've been practicing like 6 hours.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
But since we had this whole COVID thing.
Yep. Our first thing is students and the safety of our students and staff. So they deem it best. There are other schools that have canceled games as well. We're not the only one. Okay, to help with that. Okay, so moving on with this man Irenaeus with these positions. Number 6. By the time of Irenaeus, the organization of many local churches had changed. So we already kind of see this. Rather than having many leaders, most were ruled by a single bishop, or like we've already said, a single, what's the term? the ruler of this new Roman church? Pope. We'll get there shortly. For this one, all you need to know is a bishop who domineered. Know the term domineered. Basically dominated, owned. Sir Douglas. Quickly. You have a question, Adrian? None of your business. I'll tell you when it's done. Just focus till then. Okay, keep on moving on. Note number 7. Everyone good on this one? Okay, the bishops of larger churches in the cities became especially powerful because all this power was given to one person. So they would be the ruler of their church and any near churches. These people or bishops would extend their authority over many smaller churches in the surrounding countryside. So there was no freedom of religion. It was basically owned by people. So we're going to see Irenaeus and other church leaders try to justify the growing mastery of bishops over the churches with this idea. It's called apostolic succession. Apostolic succession. Okay, this is the idea, again, that was used by Irenaeus and other church leaders to justify the growing mastery of bishops over other churches. Basically saying, hey, my church is bigger. Okay, I believe that we should be ruled by one man, one person, so I'm going to rule your church because I'm bigger than you, I'm more powerful than you, I'm more known than you, so yeah, I'm going to own you. Basically what he said. As Isaac had mentioned just a little bit earlier, he was the ultimate savage. Okay, some things that go with this apostolic succession. Okay, so you just need to know apostolic succession. Okay, and know that in the first one, that Christ, that's the only one you need to know in the first one, that Christ had appointed the apostles to succeed his ministry on earth. Okay, for the second one, that apostles had appointed bishops as their successors. All you need to know is appointed bishops. Appointed bishops for the second one. The third one, that these successors had in turn appointed successors of their own. Okay, appointed. Appointed is the term you need to know for that one. Appointed. Okay, again, so we see this idea, one man ruling, yes? We see this? Okay, make sure we're not on our phones or anything else. Put it away. If I see it again, it will be demerits and taken away. You know better. Okay, again, we see this idea of the one church ruling, but not only would this one man rule, he also, so I'm about to die, I'm the one ruler, I'm going to choose my successor. Now he will rule. And then the next person, he will choose someone, and then he will rule. Okay, so we see that idea in this apostolic succession. Okay, and lastly, that much, if not all, of the authority of the apostles, and ultimately Christ, and therefore have been passed down an unbroken line to the current bishops. All you need to know for this one is nothing. It's all filled in for you in the notes. Okay, is this clear in the Bible? Is this right or wrong?
Wrong.
Sure?
Right?
I don't know. You tell me. I mean, I do know, but you tell me.
Yes.
Which one? It's right? This idea is right? Incorrect. You know, I just twisted your mind. I just made your mind do backflips, dude. Okay? The Bible clearly identifies not one man as the ruler of the church. You don't need to know anything for this note. It is also a full blank for you. Okay, the Bible clearly identifies who as the head of the church. It's on the screen. Christ. Okay, the Bible tells us the specific term is Christ is the cornerstone of the church. Okay, he's the foundation.
He used to submit them feelings to that.
I have no idea what you just said. What was that? That was creepy, Austin. That was creepy. Okay, moving on. So obviously Christ is or should be the true head of the church. Shh. Okay, number 9, the church recognized apostolic authority. But the scriptures never say that apostles pass on their unique authorities to others. Okay, so the disciples, the Apostle Paul, okay, all these different men of God in the Bible, okay, we never see them talk about, hey, God made me a leader, now let me make someone else a leader. Do we ever see that in the New Testament? Okay, the answer is no. We don't say, hey, I'm Peter, I'm a great speaker, I rule. Okay, now that I'm going to die, I'm going to make Isaac. Now he's the ruler, you need to follow him. One man. No, they never had that. God brought up specific men. God chose. So say God chose, hey, I choose Adrian. Adrian's going to lead. Then Adrian doesn't choose the next man. God does. He said, hey, Derek. Derek's going to lead. Hey, make sure we're not on our phones or anything. Okay? I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying make sure you're not. Okay? Shh, girls. Okay, so we see the idea the Bible or Scripture never says that apostles passed on their authority to others. Okay? God always passed it on to different men. He used different men in the way he needed to. The only term you need to know for this one is the church recognized just apostolic authority is the only one you need to know. Apostolic authority. Okay, but this is going to bring us to the idea from the Catholic Church. Okay, gradually these different bishops of Rome joined the concept of apostolic succession with Rome's prominence, misusing the text of Matthew 16:18 through 19. They used this passage to support what became known as this theory. Petrine theory. Write that down. Petrine theory. Okay, this is a theory and another idea that this church, okay, they would use. Okay, the first idea and the only blank you need to know for this one is the last word. That Christ founded his church upon Peter. You just need to know Peter. Okay, so in this Petrine theory, maybe you can remember because it starts P-E-T, it's talking about the church is based upon Peter. Okay, now God did use Peter as a foundation of the church. Okay, he was someone that helped start the church, but he is not the cornerstone of the church. He is not the beginning basis and the strength of the church. He was one man that God used at one time. He was not the leader of the church. He's not one man that had all power of the church. Ladies, shh, quiet. Do not talk, or else I will move you back there, one of you. Huh? Or we'll just move you right here in the front by Jesse. There you go. I would not want Ricky to sit by me, so I won't punish you with that. Not you. I'm not talking about you guys. I said Ricky. I said Ricky. All right, keep on moving as we have a little bit of time left. Okay, it's also that Christ made Peter the visible head of the church, which is again wrong. Okay, Christ, as I said, used Peter. Okay, he preached some great messages. Okay, but Peter didn't have that power. He didn't do it. God just used Peter. Through Peter, God worked through people, and that began the church. Okay, but Peter was not the head of the church. Okay, God and Christ is always the head and cornerstone of the church. Okay, for this one, all you need to know is Christ made Peter the visible head. Christ made Peter the visible head. Thirdly, in this theory, we see that Peter, okay, you need to know this phrase, okay, transmitted the power to his successors. You need to know that phrase. Transmitted this power to his successors. Okay, and these now, present day, in this time that we're talking about, bishops said, hey, God gave Peter the power of the church, and then Peter bestowed that power upon me. You see how they're just making this up? God bestowed Peter with this power, and now he bestowed this power onto us bishops. So now we will lead the church. We'll be the head of the church. Obviously, that is wrong. Okay, the first whom, after himself, he appointed. Talking about God appointed Peter, Peter appointed bishops, which is false. Yes, sir? Because they're considered wise. I don't know. Usually they have to go through a long process. That's why by the time they're able to be pope, they're old. That's basically why. Shh. Quiet. Austin. Quiet. Derek. Thank you. Okay, so just a few more notes as we have 5 minutes left talking about this Petrine theory. The Petrine theory gave rise to the idea of the Roman Catholic Church. Know the idea, write down the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, that the Roman church is supreme over all churches, and the bishop of Rome is supreme over all bishops. Which, is that correct? No. There is no one church that is supreme over another church, and there is no one pastor or bishop or spiritual leader, whatever you want to call them, that is over another. Okay, they're all appointed by God. God, the Bible tells us, God gives all authority for a purpose, right? He even used bad empires, right? He used bad empires, and we've talked about that in our history class, for a purpose. He put his people in captivity under bad empires for a purpose. Okay, stop writing notes, Adrian. Only write history notes, not your notes. What do you say to that? Do you just shake your head, or do you say something after I tell you something? Exactly. Don't talk. You don't get demerits. You're being distracting to others. You're either talking or you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing. Okay, so this is going to lead us, as I've already mentioned, the man that led the supreme bishop, the Pope, which is Latin for papa or father. Again, just like in our household, we're supposed to obey, right? Usually the Bible appoints the father as the head of the house. Obviously, that isn't always the case. Okay, but the father is the head of the house. So we see the Pope is the head of the church in this religion. They do. And fancy clothes. They wear a lot of gold. Okay, in 1445, that is a typo. Let me fix it real quick. Yes. Shh. Okay, in 1445 AD, the Western Roman Emperor Valentinian III officially recognized Pope Leo I as supreme over the Roman Church. Okay, this is when that idea of the Pope, one actual supreme ruler, happened. For this one, give me a second, I'll tell you. Note number 12 and 13. For 12, you need to know Pope. For 13, you need to know Valentinian III and Pope Leo I. Valentinian III and Pope Leo I. Is that how you do notes? You just smack yourself with them and you remember them? Don't be distracting to others then. Put your paper down. You're distracting to me. I'm other. You're distracting. Sit there and do nothing. Sit there. Don't move your chair. Don't throw something. Don't hit yourself. Okay, last note for today. We'll talk about a few more popes tomorrow. Okay, in 1494, Pope Gelasius. Okay, in 1494, Pope Gelasius enunciated his famous doctrine of the two swords. Yes, sir. Yes. Or 494, sorry. I said 14. The screen is correct. My speech is incorrect. In 494, he enunciated his famous doctrine of the two swords. You need to know his name, Pope Gelasius. You need to know two swords. And you need to know the phrase separating civil and ecclesiastical authority. Okay, making the Pope and the Bishop supreme over all human rulers and matters relating to God. Okay, I just said last note. I'm sorry, one more. Okay, after the Roman Empire fell to the barbarians, the popes were for a time more powerful than any political ruler. Okay, popes such as Gregory I. This is our last one, I promise. I promise this is our last one. I misinformed you. I misinformed. Our last one, this is really last one. Gregory I. He reigned from 590 to 604 AD and was the first medieval pope. He helped fill the power vacuum in Europe and extended the Roman Church's authority by bringing barbarian tribesmen and non-Roman Christians of Western Europe, I don't know why I keep on writing Western Europe, under the rule of Rome. Okay, for this one you need to know his name, First medieval pope. Phil, or the power vacuum. Barbarians. And non-Roman Christians. That's all you need to know. And after this note, you do have homework. So I'll assign the homework quickly. And then you may be dismissed. Homework for tonight. Again, I'll help you with the notes you missed if you need them tomorrow. Okay, hopefully you turned in your homework already. You should have done page 124, 1 through 5, I believe, yesterday. Or 1 through 6, sorry. So now it is... You did do 6 through 10? Yes. Then we are ahead in homework. I apologize. So there is no homework tonight. No homework tonight. You may be dismissed to lunch.
Okay, Ricky, over there.
Can I sit here?
No,
Can I sit here?
go,
I like this side.
go.
Cooler. They're more fun.
And make it quick, please.
They're more fun. Sure, yeah, sure. I accidentally thought this was
Huh?
size taking in my lunch.
We have what? What? I don't remember now. What was I starting to say?
I don't know. All you said is no, almost finished. You actually do.
Derek would probably be.
Okay, everybody listen up. Lena, Gabby, Ricky, Adrian, Doug, Gabby. You want to be sitting right here?
Yeah.
Did I ask you? Okay. First of all, welcome back to Science DLs. Good to see you, Lacey and Giselle, at least right now. Maybe UV, you're still on, I don't know. There's Elijah, good to see you. Okay, couple things. One, and I keep forgetting to mention it in Bible because I'm anxious to get into the class, but your verse quiz for this week, Proverbs 11:30. Proverbs 11:30, verse quiz on Friday. Okay? Secondly, this pertains to the people in the class, and I hope this is what I was thinking. Shh. You need to get your decorations finished. If you bring stuff from home, that I'm okay with that. But it can't be anything that's going to cause problems. No lights, no Christmas trees, okay, because you have to use your desks, okay? If it's not going to be a bother on your table, then I'm fine, okay? So whatever you guys want to do at this point, just to make your room, your area a little cheerier, that's fine. But that's on your own. And again, keep in mind, the decorating the part is on your own. It's not during class, and nor should you be eating during class.
I accidentally heated up thinking it was lunch.
Uh-huh.
I really did.
He did. It was by accident.
Okay. So make sure you got that done, okay? I have a DLs. I'll have to get this to you. I'm not sure exactly when I'll get it to you. But we're going to do quiz 10 today, open book. And but we're going to, that's going to be given to them as part of their homework today, or right at the end of the class. So I'd like to get into class today and see what we can get done and where we're at. Okay? We're in lesson 50. Okay. Lesson 50. This quiz, hey guys, this quiz 10 is a catch-up quiz, so it is open book. It is for sections 5.1 to 5.3. Okay? So you want to go ahead and pass these out?
Gabby.
Avery. She raised her hand first.
I didn't even see it.
See, that's what you do to teachers' pets. It was a joke.
Okay. So DLs, like I said, these basketballs are about to drive me up a wall.
Mr. Brown, you good? Mr. Brown, don't fall.
DLs, I will get you a copy of that. I'll figure out how to do it for everybody. Now we have a few more that's online. Okay, shh, quiet. Let's get into this and get going here. So I gave you the quiz. You can be working on it because it's a catch-up quiz.
Can it please be open-ended?
I don't care, but not during class. Okay, here we go. Let's do the review that we were doing yesterday. Are you ready? Shh. Hey, Here we go. Just set them right there on my desk. On that. Yeah. Be fine. Thank you. Okay, review 1. What theory explains that the molecules of an object move faster as the object is heated? Move faster.
Acceleration theory.
Starts with a K. Kinetic theory of matter. Okay. What is the internal, we talked about this yesterday, that an object has because of the random motion of its individual molecules? The internal energy that it has is called its thermal energy. Okay? What are the 3 factors that affect the thermal energy of an object?
Temperature, matter, and mass.
Temperature, state of matter, and mass. Okay, good. What is the state in which no thermal energy is transferred between between objects because they are at the same temperature?
Thermal equilibrium.
There you go.
Dang, they're smart.
What is the SI unit of heat, Adrian? Give me a J, give me an O, give me a U, give me an L, and an E.
Give me a big.
What's it spell? Job. Okay. I didn't pick on you because you're goofing off. Okay. I just picked you out of the random hat on my head. Okay. What direction does heat flow?
Towards cooler objects.
Okay. Higher temperatures to lower temperatures. Shh, boys. What is the amount of heat needed to change its temperature by a certain amount? The certain amount of heat. We talked about the amount of room in the, yep, heat capacity. Okay. Uh-huh. What is the ratio of an object's heat capacity to the object's mass? Specific heat. Okay. Okay, today's lesson. Starting off with the non-SI units of heat. So we're talking about calorie. Okay? This infamous word that everybody just loves to hear about nowadays is calorie. Yep. What'd you just say? You got a what? Okay. Therefore, calorie is talking about heat. Okay. Original definition is that heat required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water, okay, by 1 degree Celsius, but now is defined as exactly 4.184 joules. Okay. But that's why it said, how many calories are you eating? How many? Because it takes 4.184 joules to burn. Okay. Okay.
That's not always right.
Yuvia, it's good to see you. Jeremiah, good to see you.
That's not always right though, because like not every single body has the exact same burn size, so you can't. Not everyone, like let's say like me versus Adrian. You may burn like 4.184, but I might only like that's how much it might exactly take. But for me, like it might take like 4.1.
True. So therefore, some people, okay, have to burn more for the equal amount.
Yeah.
Okay, good thought.
Because like our bodies, our bodies take fat and we store it different ways and we make it a different way, and we take calories and we also do it a different way.
Right. Now, if you get away from the food aspect of calorie, if you go with this, British thermal units, or BTUs, okay? You've heard that about how many BTUs does a propane tank, okay? That's the BTUs is just the amount of heat that will raise the temperature of 1 pound mass, okay, of water by 1 degree Fahrenheit, or about 1.06 kilojoules, okay, or 252 calories. So how much heat is it going to take to burn that water based upon the amount given, okay? And bear with me, both DLs and in class, I am working hard to get caught up on grades, so it'll be a day or two here before I am totally caught up and giving papers back to you. But if you've turned something in, great. If you haven't turned something in that should be turned in, and I haven't done the, hold on. State of California, emergency alert. New public health stay-at-home order is in effect. COVID-19 is spreading rapidly. Stay home, except for essential activity. Wear a mask. Keep your distance. Okay, I just had to say that. Okay.
They've been trying to do that since before Thanksgiving, and no one listened.
I know.
I know, right? It's
Everyone's like,
Okay.
Anybody else
Screw
like
you,
have, like,
so.
is it like short
For real.
Adam, good to see you in class.
Notice how many people
Right,
are dying in
anybody in
California
here that
until
just
Gavin recently got to he's like,
Get him
oh,
on
shoot, we
here.
should lock down.
Oh yeah, we should probably
So probably do
watch
something.
out. We should probably do
like
something.
hot here.
do something about that.
I have the air on.
Dude, I just wish that he would let everything open.
Okay.
Hair salon.
Okay. Shh. Ladies, ladies, lady, gentlemen,
Yeah.
quiet.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I just had to do that announcement. Okay, so let's get into measuring this thermal energy that we are dealing with, okay? We do it with a what's called a calorimeter. Calorimeter. Kilometer is spelled differently.
So that's how they determine how much calories is in
This is the device used to designed to measure the heat involved in physical and chemical changes. So,
and it's back. I
Okay.
always wondered, I'm like, dude, how do they know exactly like how much calories is in this? I was like, because like, I mean, now you could tell how much is in it because you just add like all the fat of you, protein, and like all the.
but there's got to be some mathematical ratios to go along with it. Yeah.
But I've always wondered, I'm like, dude, how do you get it like exactly without knowing like your heat?
Yep.
That's crazy.
A typical calorimeter is an insulated container that isolates a sample from the surrounding environment. Okay? So it takes in the sample, evaluates it based upon what's in the cylinder. The calorimeter is filled with a known amount of room temperature water. Okay? Room temperature. The exact temperature of which is carefully measured. Science. Ladies and gentlemen, all this is done precisely. They have to have exact measurements to make things accurate in their predictions or in their conclusions. A known quantity of a substance to be tested is heated to a higher temperature than the water, and then it's placed in the calorimeter. Okay? This is how a calorimeter works. The insulation of the calorimeter minimizes the loss of thermal energy to the surrounding air. Okay? So, they're trying to minimize how much heat's being escaped. Okay? So they can contain it so that they can determine exactly how much heat there is. Okay? How could you do a Now, I'm probably going to get in trouble for this in different ways. But, hey, when don't I get in trouble? Okay? How could you make a human calorimeter?
What?
How can you make a human calorie?
How could you make I don't know, this thought just came to my mind, guys.
Okay, so you
Okay? How could you make a human calorimeter?
I know what you do.
Wait, to like for calories in a person?
Just
I
make
know
it
what you
bigger.
do. You measure
Based
your
upon
food.
what we're reading. Ricky,
Make it bigger.
Okay, so what's
Or
you
do
would,
like the machine on how they do it.
I want to hear what Ricardo has to say.
my thought is you would like get somebody where literally like if they didn't have if they like there's like nothing on them basically. Like they haven't eaten like they haven't eaten anything like at all.
Oh, you mean, okay.
Yeah. And like they haven't eaten anything. So like they're like on the verge of dying. Like they have no energy in them at all. Then give them like let's say a granola bar. Right? Give them a granola bar.
Because he said they didn't have anything on them. See?
So like give them a granola bar. Like cause they're like they don't have anything and they're gonna die. Give them a granola bar and go have them see how long they can go on a treadmill for. Then time it and hook them a little bit of water to see how much like heat is produced inside and then boom, then you have your answer once they die.
But how would you determine how much they put in? To determine their calories inside their thermal energy.
You mean like what do you mean like how much they put in?
Well, for what they put in, you have to determine what's already there, right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to determine what's already there?
What? No.
Sophia, what'd you say? Maybe one way. I don't know. I'm just trying to get you to think. Okay?
If it were me, I would probably do a head scan where they put you through a dome thing where you get a CAT scan. Just make it bigger so it can be able to do the whole body at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then be able to tell how many
Then you can
calories.
assess
Okay.
You're able to do that with weight.
Okay. Good thoughts. Good thoughts. Like I said, this just came to my mind. I just thought, yeah, let's throw it out, see what you guys think. Anyway, so how does it work? The insulation of the calorimeter minimizes the loss of thermal energy. What would be the insulation that's minimizing that
Stainless steel.
on a human?
Fat in our body.
Okay.
This is
So once the sample and water reach its thermal equilibrium, shh, leave her alone.
She's allowed to sleep in class.
Leave her alone. She's had a rough morning already. Okay?
Oh my god.
What?
Okay?
Oh, that's
Once, Gabby, sit down.
I'm not white.
Sit down.
He's like, I'm Asian.
Okay, guys, we've had some fun. Hey, bring it in, reel it in, please. So once the sample, Doug, once the sample and water reach its thermal equilibrium, what is thermal equilibrium?
When it doesn't like change heat, but it reaches a specific temperature.
Okay, nothing's being transferred because they're both equal temp. Okay? The new temp of the water is then measured. Okay? The temperature is then observed until it starts to drop. Okay? Because now the temp has gotten equal, and once it's gotten equal, can it go any higher? No. So the only place that the temp could go now is down, and when it starts down, they start measuring. So the highest temperature measured is the temperature of the thermal equilibrium. Okay? So the equation that's used to do this, to measure the water's change in thermal energy, is heat gained equals specific heat times mass times temperature change. Or Q, heat gained, equals specific heat, C, M mass, delta T, temperature change. Okay? Now, the heat lost by the sample equals the heat gained by the water. Okay? So whatever goes in, it's got to come out. Whatever comes out is what went in. Okay, so there's got to be that equal exchange of this. Let's look at this example. Follow along on this. A scientist heats a 50-gram piece of iron to 100 degrees Celsius, places it in a calorimeter containing 100 grams of water. The initial temperature of the water is 20.0 Celsius. After thermal equilibrium is reached, the water and iron are at 24.1 degrees Celsius. This is how they solved it. How much heat was gained by the water? That's the first thing that's got to find. So you got to go through both of these processes. Okay? Delta T is change of water, okay, equals temperature final minus temperature initial. So you got the 24.1 minus your 20, giving us a positive 4.1 degree change. That's the delta change of temperature. Okay? Now we're going to take that temp, 4.1, put it into the other formula. Q water. Q stands for what? Q stands for what, Ricky? What is, in this formula, what does Q stand for? No. Q stands for the heat. Okay? The heat of the water. Okay? Equals temperature change of the water times its mass times the delta change. Okay? So, the change is 4.18 grams or joules per gram per degree Celsius times the amount, the mass, which is 100 grams, times your 4.1, which was your delta change, delta temp in the first equation. After multiplying all that out, you come up with a heat used of 1,713.8 joules. Okay? I know it's hard. I know you don't want to do it. Gabby, stop. You need to take your time and figure these equations out. Part 2 of this. So according to the law of conservation of energy, the heat absorbed by the water equals the heat lost by the iron. But the heat lost by the iron is treated as a negative because the iron lost the heat. So Q sample, heat sample, equals a negative Q water of a negative 1713.8 joules because of the loss of heat. Now note that as usual, extra digits are retained for calculations to increase accuracy. So because the final temperature of the iron is lower than the initial temp, the temperature change is also in the negative. Okay? So keep that in mind. Simple math, simple algebra, simple whatever. Okay? If you lose something, it's a negative aspect. Okay, let's put this to practice. On page 129, there's a table that you would use to answer these. Here's the first question, problem 1, practice 1. How much heat is absorbed by 1 gram of iron when it is heated 15 degrees Celsius? Here's how you do it.
How much heat is absorbed by 1 gram?
Okay, here's your formula and solution. Shh. Adrian, please have a seat. So you got Q, which is temp or heat, equals temp, heat change, times mass times delta time, delta temp. So your 0.45 joules per gram degrees Celsius times the amount, the mass of 1 gram, times your temp of 15 degrees, gives you 6.75 joules, or about 6.8 joules. Okay? Number 2. You ready? Ready for 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 2. Equal masses of copper and aluminum are heated from 22 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. Which object absorbs more thermal energy during this temperature increase? And give me an answer to your question. Give me a reason. Would it be the aluminum or the copper?
Aluminum.
Based upon your chart, it is the aluminum. Okay? Now this is where you would need your chart to do this, okay? But I didn't put it on the book, on the paper. And the reason is this, because aluminum specific heat of 0.90 joules, okay, is greater than the copper specific heat of 0.38. So more energy is needed to raise the temperature of aluminum by a certain amount than it is needed to raise the temperature of an equal mass of copper at the same amount. Okay? So because it needs more energy to change that temp. Good job. Paraphrase. Okay, number 3, ready? Or I'll give you a moment if you want to write that whole thing down, that's fine. When you finish quiz 10, class, make sure that you turn it in, please.
What's the
Quiz
quiz?
10, yeah.
Gabby?
Not now.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Even though Ricky did, and but he thinks he's privileged because he thinks he's privileged because he's Randy's brother. Okay, so
Man.
number 3.
Did you not write anything, Douglas?
Okay, a 5.0 sample of gold, guys, requires 12.9 joules of energy to heat it from 15, Adrian, degrees Celsius to 35. Girls, calculate the heat capacity of the sample and the specific heat of the gold. Okay, now this is the first part. This is going to be in a several stage category here. But get these down as we're talking about them. You got delta temp. So you got your temp final minus your temp initial. 35 minus 15. So at first, our delta temp, our change, is 20 degrees Celsius. Shh, Gabby. Okay, so get this down as we're doing it. This is several stages like we showed you in that other one. Just doing a little different, just doing it in a little different format here. Okay? So once we've established our delta temp, the change in temp, how much, then we apply it to this. Okay? This is all one problem. Yes. So to find your heat capacity, okay, the heat capacity is 0.645 joules per degree Celsius, or about 0.65. Therefore, when you put that into the formula and do all the mathematics there, your specific heat for this sample is 0.129 joules or 0.13 joules per degree Celsius. Don't start talking. I'd like to finish this before the class is over. Okay? Class time. Okay, number 4. 11.9 gram sample was heated to 100 degrees Celsius, added to a calorimeter with 75.0 grams of water at 23 degrees Celsius. At thermal equilibrium, the temperature is 25 degrees Celsius. How much heat was gained by the water? And then, what is the specific heat of the sample? So here's what you got to do. You got to go through those 2 stages again. Delta temp of water. Temp final minus temp initial. 25 minus 23 gives you a 2 degrees change in delta temp. Okay? Doug, are you getting all this down on paper? So get it down instead of just sitting there. So you're going to take the capital C stands for what? Okay, heat capacity, which is 4.18 joules per gram of degrees Celsius, times the mass, which is in the problem of 75 degrees, times the delta temp change of 2 degrees. Multiply all that out. This is where calculators come in handy. Of 627 joules, or about 630. So the heat sample equals the heat of the water, which equals 627 joules. That's how much heat was absorbed by the water. Okay? We are, while you're writing that down, we are scheduled to have a test after Chapter 6. And I would love to get this Chapter 6 done before we go on break. Matter of fact, I would like to get it done first part of the week, next week. Okay? So that we can go ahead and take that test next week and not have to worry about coming back from vacation to take a test. Okay? So therefore, with that, all that thought in mind, I am going to make this test, this next test, test 4, I believe it is, open book, but we have a lot to do before we get there. Okay, so we have almost a week of work to do before we can even accomplish that test. Okay, so we just got to do it every day. Okay, everybody done with that? Number 4. I'll put it up here, but your homework is 6.1, and then reading 132 to 135. Okay, 6.1, 132 to 135. Okay. Okay, and there it is. Okay, so plus quiz 10. Okay, and unfortunately, DLs, you can't have this privilege, but you have a little bit more time, more access to your information and so forth at home. But in class, if you want to, OF. It's OB and OF.
Oh.
Okay? So, the quiz.
What if I already told you if I finished?
Then you don't need to go OF. You just need to go AI. Okay, DLs, see you tomorrow, okay? Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Today is a review lesson, so you guys are doing a review of graphing linear equations on page 114. Again, that's page 114. You guys are doing a review of graphing linear equations. Blue problems are assigned, non-blue problems are bonus. An additional announcement, tomorrow you guys have quiz 10 over 3.4 and 3.5. Again, that will be over 3.4 and 3.5, so make sure you know slope-intercept form and point-slope form well, as well as also the list of equations that I told you to write down, hint, hint. All right, with that in mind, if you are a distance learner, and you have been a distance learner and you already have a password for Linkit, you guys are fine. But if you have not yet gotten a password for test.linkit.com, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you haven't. Okay, you guys need to fill out or answer the question in Google Classroom. This also goes for people in class. On Google Classroom, there's a question that simply states, will you be here to take the quiz tomorrow? Okay, or something along those lines. If the answer is no, I need you to tell me whether or not you already have a password or if you need a password. And then if the answer is yes, just mark that so I can know how many copies to print. Okay, so everyone needs to answer that question tomorrow or tonight in Google Classroom. Please do that as soon as possible. It's just, will you be here or do you need a password? Okay, for the quizzes. I do quizzes through a different site. I don't do them through Google Classroom. All right, anyway, so there is that information there. Again, quiz 10 over 3.4 and 3.5 tomorrow. Answer that question on Google Classroom. And then tonight you guys are doing a review of graphing linear equations on page 114. That is due tomorrow. You guys have all of class to work on it. You guys have homework tonight. Between class time and homework, you should be fine. All right? So again, assignment due tomorrow, quiz tomorrow, and I will see you guys. I'll actually stream next on Thursday. All right? I'll see you guys later.